Good morning, Melanie. How are you? You're welcome. No, that's good. Here we go again. Come on. And Jensen, welcome in. TJ, Echo. Just waking up with you guys. Welcome in. I'm good. I had a good night's sleep. Lowell, Best, welcome in. Thank you. West Virginia, where are you from? Morocco? Shout out to Morocco. Am I what? Oh, thank you. Nope. Nope. I don't have one. Just me and my cat. And my stepdad here. I'm not ready to get married. Nah, I'm good. Thank you for the offer, though. Ariel, you're looking for a golden retriever? Welcome in. Nah, I'm good here. Although I don't like the cold, but I'm good here. But thank you for the offer. Eliza Young, welcome in. What time is it where you guys are at? It's 5:47 in the morning here. No wonder I'm hot. 6:46 p.m. there. Have you had dinner yet, Melanie? No, not yet. We don't have a specific time we eat. We just eat whenever we eat. I gotta kick this heat off. Hold on a minute. I am sweating. Of course, probably the hot tea is probably not helping. Okay, now maybe I can cool down. It says it's 50 degrees outside, so that's probably why I'm so hot. I have a packet of instant pasta soon. Heck yeah. I kind of miss those. I don't know. I used to like them. Those instant noodles. Rajnish, good morning. Welcome in. It was like, I don't know, it was like Lipton or something. It had them flat, like, Chicken, kind of like chicken noodle soup. Wasn't much in it, but I thought they were pretty good. I wore myself out yesterday. I threw wood for Dad, moved that wood pile. So when he gets another load, it can come in and just dump it, and we can throw it back. Mushroom and onion. I can do the mushroom. If the onion's like I don't like onion texture. I like onion taste, but I don't like the texture. If it's like real teeny tiny ones, then I can do that. I love mushrooms. I love cream of mushroom soup too with milk. I haven't had that in a while though. You keep having bad dreams. I'm having dreams, but I don't remember them when I wake up. Yesterday I remembered a little bit of it when I woke up, but it's not really I wouldn't really say they're bad. Like I'm in a good mood when I wake up, so I mean they don't seem bad, but the one the other day was a little weird. Which another thing is the whole time I was dealing with those guys that were in jail, like I wasn't remembering my dreams at all. I don't remember even dreaming. And now that like I've got them away from me and I've closed that cycle out, like it seems like my dreams are coming back or I'm starting to, remember that I'm dreaming. Even if I don't remember the dreams, I remember that I've been dreaming. So I thought that was kind of different too. And all of them were into Odin. Like that one kept telling me that I didn't believe in God. He actually told me to put a cross on my wall upside down. And I was like, absolutely, absolutely not. No. Even if I didn't believe in God, I still would not put a cross upside down on my wall. Are you crazy? And like he was just like cursing me and I don't know, talking about some of his people. I can't remember who exactly he was using though. But I was like, throwing curses at me is not going to work because it's just going to come back at you. You dream you're escaping, then that means that you're subconsciously running from something in your life. Is something in your waking life that you don't want to face, or something that's setting in your subconscious. I used to have those dreams all the time. And then I don't know, when I was younger I used to be able to like control my dreams. So um after a while of it chasing me, I decided to chase it. It turned out totally different. I turned things around in my dreams and chased it. Blue Star Astrology, hi, welcome in. I'm just waking up. I kind of liked waking up with you guys yesterday. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to do it again today. I guess getting out of my comfort zone because, yeah, usually I wake up by myself. I don't even know what I'm going to do today, guys. Like, I don't know um, what question to ask the tarot today. I haven't even thought about any of that yet. Tanzil, welcome in. Tanzil, I don't know. Welcome in, guys. Show some love. Hit that thumbs up button, please. I would greatly appreciate it. And come in and say hi. You was hurt by a serial killer in Perth when you was 16. That's crazy, Melanie. That's enough to give you nightmares. Yeah, that's enough to give you nightmares. Well, I'm glad you're still here. Oh, wow. Well, that's like, the twins' father. stabbing me in between my heart and lungs. Like he literally wanted to kill me. Thankful for Mercury retrograde. Seems like your plate is always full. Yeah, that's what Mercury does. It takes things off your plate, whether you want it to or not. And sometimes you don't even realize that you're carrying so much until Mercury retrograde comes around and clears it out. It's a lot to go through sometimes during a Mercury retrograde, but I'm usually thankful at the end too. Like some of the retrogrades have been like really, really, really painful, but in the end I've realized what it's released. It's just not fun going through it sometimes. But I remain grateful no matter what. Like even when things are going bad, I do my best to try to look at it in a positive manner. Obviously, I had more purging to do that I didn't even realize I had, but we're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. We're still here. We're still standing. We're standing strong, being redirected. Yes, we definitely do. I've been watching some of the Big Bang Theory episodes here and there, and allowing myself to like watch some movies and stuff. I haven't done that in a while. I watched Dangerous Vacation yesterday. Boy, that was crazy. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look that movie up from. I got sidetracked yesterday. I think Naveen had said something about it. Oh, wow. The Night Creatures entire series. Ugh. I don't watch a lot of movies anymore. Well, I mean, I haven't until recently, but I watch them on my phone. And my stepdad watches those little skits that come on Facebook. He don't download the apps. He just watches the little skits. Of course, I have Pocket FM. I'm watching I guess it's the Alpha's Bride or something on there. Well, you can only watch so many of them a day. So what you guys do today? For those of you that it's PM. There goes my musician again. Um, I started really reading it about 10 years ago. A little over 10 years ago now. Like reading for my friends, reading for family and stuff like that. Reading out for the public, things like that. Actually, didn't know that my mom did it. I had no idea. After she died, I found her cards, and I still didn't put two and two together because I know when I was younger, like I don't know, I had this book. It was Teen Wicca, and I used to hide it from her because like I was worried about what she would say because she was one that like put everybody down, especially me. And so, yeah, I was worried what she was going to say about it, or, she'd judge me on it or something. And then after she passed away, I found not only tarot cards, but spell cards that she had for like love spells and stuff like that. And I happened to ask my little brother about it later, like after I'd already gotten into it. And he was like, well, yeah, mom used to read them. She never did that in front of me, so I never knew. Like, she told me 2 years before she passed away that we had white witch in us, but I just thought it was cool. I never said no more about it. We never talked about it or anything. It just, and I was just blown away. And then later on, I found another deck years later. I found another deck about 3 years after that. I was seeing a maintenance man. Me and him would do the apartments and stuff for the landlord, and whatever they didn't want, then we got. And we were cleaning up this garage, and I happened to find another oracle deck, because it was oracle decks that she had too. One. And I kept it, and I had them for years. Like, I just thought the pictures were pretty, and I had them for years. And then one day, like, I broke them out, and I read the book, and I sat there and did the white light and all of that, and they started flying out for me. And I still at that point didn't know what it was that I had, but I enjoyed doing it. And then one day I was watching a tarot video, and there were I put it together. I was like, there's mom's cards. I'm supposed to do this. So, but I actually got put on the journey because I knew this guy, and I'd known him for 16 years. And like, that's where I went when I was going through problems. Like, he would talk to everybody. And we ended up dating. After 16 years, we ended up actually dating. And he was not the person that I remembered him to be. And my nerves were so shot, and I was so shaken afterward that I looked up in the sky, and I was just like, okay, God, like, what's wrong with me? Because there can't be the same thing wrong with every guy I've dated. So what's wrong with me? And this is the journey he led me on. Michael Stevens. Hello, how are you? You miss me. Oh, I miss you too. I took a little bit of downtime. Mercury retrograde, reflect, review, redo. Definitely redo. I call it redo. Ryan Rose, hey, welcome in. Or Ryan Ross, not Rose. I got Rose on the brain. That's my daughter's middle name. Rose. I heard yes in my head. And never hide. So I don't know what that means. I can understand that. I can understand that. But look, let me give you an example. 4th and 5th grade, I really liked this guy, and I liked him a lot. And I never told him, because I was too scared to tell him. And like, I was the one in school that took in all the people that everybody else rejected. Like, I took them under my wing. So like, I didn't have a lot of self-esteem at that time. But and I was bullied. I was bullied a lot. But I just kind of became the leader for them. And there was this real popular boy that I was friends with. And like he would take up for me and stuff. And I really liked him. I liked him a lot. How he wanted to kick my stepdad's ass, but I wouldn't let him. I wouldn't let him. I knew that would cause me more problems. But anyway, I never told him. So years later, I had that regret for not telling him, for not speaking up, for not saying something. I had that what if factor. So, maybe it's just God divine saying, do you want to carry around that what if for the rest of your life? Or, do you want to put it out there? I ended up calling him because I always, and to this day, still remember his phone number, which is crazy. But I got it mixed up with my social security number at one time, and I think that's why I remember it like that. But I actually did end up calling him when I was like 19 because I didn't want that what if factor anymore. And I actually did end up telling him, how I'd felt, and he didn't know. He had no clue. Like he had no clue. Now by then he was already, had his own family. His parents had passed away. He was still living in the same house and had his own kids and, all of that, which, I mean, that's fine. But I had to get it off my chest. Do you get butterflies? Maybe that's why God Divine Source is saying yes. You get excited. Well, butterflies aren't a good sign. Getting excited's not a bad sign, but butterflies are not a good sign. That's your body's way of telling you to run. But then in 8th grade, when I got in 8th grade, I asked the guy out. Like, I was not going through that what if again. So I asked the guy out, and he said yes. He was my science partner. We were science partners. You end up creeping so many people out. Well, the one that's for you is going to be for you. And just remember that you're unique. You're supposed to be unique. You're not supposed to be like everybody else. And if, rejection is God's protection. But it can't hurt to go out there and find out. You know what I'm saying? Did I hear about the lady who threw hot coffee on the... No. You're welcome. We weren't made to fit in some box and be like everybody else. We weren't created for that. We came here to have an experience. So have your experience. If you had 50 people lined up ready to ask you out, you couldn't tell all of them yes, right? Because not all 50 of those people are going to be your type or be who you want to be with. So don't take it as, don't worry about it. That's good. That's good. Get out there and be you. And look, if they can't, if they don't like you or they get creeped out by you, then they're just not your person. They're not the one that's meant to be with you. And at least you can say you got out there and you did it. You don't have any regrets because at least you asked. Nata, what is it? No, Natat his earth. Welcome in. Thank you. Can you be my vibrator? What does that mean? Right now, so that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad that, I bring you guys vibe up and I help, I inspire you guys. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm here to do. You think it's not of this earth? Well, I am an Aquarian. They do call us the aliens. I mean, I don't remember being an alien, but maybe I am. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not from this planet. Maybe I come just to check this planet out. I don't know. I just, when I was younger, I was the glass half full type of person, and then all I remembered was the bad. And then, later on when I met somebody from when I was younger, they brought back a lot of the good memories that I forgot, and I promised myself after that I was going to remember the good. Because what does it get us to stay negative and to worry all the time? Where does that get us? That doesn't get us anywhere. So what can it hurt to be optimistic? Wake up every day, choose to be happy and be optimistic regardless of what you're going through. Aquarius gang. Oh heck yeah. Welcome to the Aquarius tribe. We're supposed to be different. All of us though, seriously, all of us. We're supposed to embrace who we are. Blue. Blue for speech, throat chakra. Speak. Speak up. Let your voice be heard. Don't worry about what other people think. Who gives a shit what other people think? It's not their life, it's ours. We weren't brought here to live for everybody else. We were brought here to live for ourselves. Be authentic. Be happy with who you are. I let people make me submissive most of my life. Now, was I was I fighting for myself? Yes, I was. I was defending myself. I was fighting for myself, but I don't know. This year I just realized, defending what? Like, what do we have to defend? What do we have to explain? We have a right to live our life the way that we want to live it. Don't got to answer to anybody. That was, for me, an authority wound. Nobody above me. Fuck that. I'm not better than anybody else. Nobody else is better than me. But I learned through trial and error, and a lot of pain. A hell of a lot of pain. But I'm strong-willed and determined, so. But what are we out here explaining to people? Like, why are we out here explaining ourselves to people? We don't owe anybody any kind of explanation. Right. Yep. Life is what we choose it to be. And we can choose to carry other people's burdens, other people's words, other people's thoughts and opinions, or we can choose to live our life the way we want to. I like living my life the way that I want to because I feel more free. So I've kind of just freed myself. And trust me, like the jail guys, like they played with my mental. Like they played with my mental so hard that I'm pretty sure they are probably shocked that I came out of that shit. But and every time I would say something about, being excited about breaking this cycle or that cycle, it was like, you ain't done nothing. You ain't changed. You're still the same person. You're still saying the same things. And so then I would get in my head and I would doubt, and that's what they want. That's where they wanted me. They wanted me to doubt. These people were taking all kinds of money from me. The last thing they wanted me to do was get out here and speak. That's the last thing they wanted me to do. Massive Massive Billy. What's it about, Ryan? I just woke up one day and had the epiphany. Why am I defending myself? I've done nothing wrong. Why am I allowing them to make me feel guilty when I've done nothing wrong? So I took my power back. You probably didn't. I probably just, don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Machiavelli? Okay. Yeah, take our power back, guys. They can't take our power unless we allow them to. I know they were hoping and praying that I would stay out. They kept me in a cycle of, and I know they all got together and did this. I know they did. I had said it one time before, but they were like, you're crazy. You're delusional. Well, think about it. If they're taking money off of me, wouldn't they want me to think that I'm crazy and delusional? Because they wouldn't want me out there speaking it. So, I had told all of them, I think that you all are in on this together. Like, because they would ghost me, they would gaslight me. Um, you know, at different times they would tell me how much they loved me and cared about me and they were worried about me and they were looking out after me. And then, then they turn around and ghost me again and leave. So they learned all of my trauma wounds from when I was young, when I was a kid. That got me to talk about all of that stuff, acted like they were my friend and they cared about me, got me to open up to them, which is something it's very hard for me to do. What used to be, it's not so much anymore. But, and then they would take those same wounds that I had and they would poke at them and they would use them to emotionally manipulate me and hurt me. They would use my abandonment wounds and my trust issues and, you know, those things, and they would poke at them. They would use them to control me, to manipulate me, to keep me where they wanted me, with the gaslighting and the ghosting and the telling me they love me, and then, telling me I'm crazy and delusional, and they kept me very stressed out and in always second guessing myself. And even though they were doing all this, like, I would still keep that positive mindset and that would drive them crazy. Like they would be screaming at me and, making me self-doubt myself. Getting out here on my channel, when I would get excited about getting out here on my channel, they would do something that would emotionally mess me up so I would get off my channel. At one point in time, one of them had me at least twice ready to give up on tarot completely, like ready to get rid of all my cards, ready to give up, thinking I was, I was crazy, I was delusional. The one had me actually like write down delusional and anxiety and uh bipolar and all this shit. and made me like write down the definitions of it and say it to him. Like he had me like trying to convince me that I needed to go get counseling, I needed to go get help, that I was bipolar, I was crazy, and all of this stuff. And he was even like, well, I am, and I'm getting help, so you should get help. What he was projecting onto me is what he was doing. He was projecting all his shit onto me. And it took a lot for me to fight out of that. And it was, you know, like I said, it's been almost 4.5 years that I've been dealing with that one. And I'm pretty sure that that one is the mastermind of the other ones, that he brought the other ones on because he was like, oh, you want to help people? So let me help you help people. I'm going to give everybody in here your details and your information. And then he had people calling me. So, I battled through all of that turmoil, all of that stress, all of that mental anguish and emotional control and all of that. And they didn't see me coming out of that. I mean, I ended up finally, even after I told him that I knew if I listened to him and I ended up there, I was going to be homeless. I ended up homeless twice. And he was doing nothing to help me except like, well, I can find you somewhere, but you can't talk about God. Now, who does that to somebody? Like, who does that? So I started putting the pieces together and I'm like, no. Okay, so I don't understand this. If I'm such a bad person, why do you keep coming around? Like, if I'm such a bad person, why do you want to be around me? Why do you want to call me? Because you need me. I don't need you. You need me. Yes, yes. And I told him several times that he was a narcissist. And he told me, he was like, I had other people tell me that. I don't know why people tell me that. And then he would be like, well, I don't understand why you give them money, but you won't give me money. Like insecurity. You could hear the insecurity. And, the narcissistic. He was very narcissistic. And when I would back away from him and stay away from him, like he would get a hold of his family, having his family call me, having different people call me, like, and I wasn't allowed to talk to him on the phone around anybody else. And he was just like, I just don't want people in my business. So if I was enjoying myself and having fun and cutting up with my family or my friends, I would have to leave that area and go somewhere else to talk to him. So yeah. Yes, definite control freak. What we think is what we are. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's what we become, what we create. We're, like I said, we're the creators of our own world. So if we are believing negatively, then that is our world, a negative world. If we are believing positively, then that is our world. And that's what they did: manipulate, gaslight, and guilt trip. That's exactly what they did with me. And and when I would say something about the money, they were like, oh, you always get your panties in a bunch when I bring up money. Like, I don't understand. Oh, and like when I would try to walk away, it would be like, friends don't walk away from friends. Like, you're not my true friend if you can walk away like that. So he was constantly keeping me in the guilt trip trap. And I would tell him everything. So I would tell him everything. I would tell him my life. I would tell him about my dreams. I would tell him, the things I did that day. I would, talk to him about family. And, he used all that. Like, he used all that. Plus, threw shade at my dreams. And, like, he always put them down. Like, he never supported me. He never inspired me. He tried to keep me dim and keep me in that corner. And for me to break out of that just baffled him. Like, he couldn't handle it. Like, right now, he probably can't handle the fact that I've deleted the app and I don't talk to him. He has sent his cousin, the one that kicked me out on the street now, sent her And then I know, because when I pull away from him, that's what he does. He sends one of them, and usually I'll answer, no matter how they've treated me. But she come in with wanting to know where I got the charger from that I gave her that has the snake head on it. And I know it's what it is. He has sent her because I'm not speaking to him, because I told him that's his closure and that's my closure. And he's not going to be able to handle that. Yeah, right, right. Yeah. And I did notice the more I stay calm, the more anxious he gets. And that's what this whole thing was. I don't know if you guys were here when I first came out and I first started talking and had all these people attacking me on here. That's what that was. That's exactly what that was. That was the group of them that had come up against little old me now. Little old me. I'm not even I'm almost 5'4", but yeah, I weigh about 140 pounds. So little old me, they came up against me, who's naive and stupid and dumb and delusional, and but they had to have a group come against me. And that's what that was. That was part of their group coming in and trying to upset me and get me off balance. And that's why I'm like, if you come in on this channel, you gotta make me laugh. And you gotta come up with something creative, because I've heard it all. Like, come on now, use your brains, you know, because that's where I got. I got to the point where they have done this so much to me that now I remain stable in it. So it was all a part of my path, though. It was all a part of my destiny, and I know this because that is what built me. That's what grew me. That's what evolved me. That's what built me, and that's why I'm out here. And they don't want me out here because I'm speaking the truth. Hush, man Salahadin, welcome in. I'm just gonna call you Hush. Yeah, isolating me from others. And then when I would talk to the others about it, like they would think I was crazy, because when he talked to them, like, he was all sweet, he was all nice, he was all kind, he treated them better than he treated me. So, when I would go for help or I would try to talk to somebody about it, they also believed that it was me. And that's where they kept me. And they run lies and rumors, and you know what I mean? Like, they did everything they could to take me down. They dragged my name through the mud. Like, they did everything. They used all those techniques. And here I am standing in my power. And that is driving them crazy. And the karma that I was carrying for them, because this is me carrying their burdens for them, now I've thrown them off my back. So now they have to carry them. So now all of that karma and shit that was coming at me, because I was in there with them too, so there's no choice but it to hit me too. Now it's all going back to them. Because I've taken my power back and I'm standing back up, and now it's all going back to them. I've already heard things about one of the ones that I was with. I've already heard the karma's already hitting them. And not that I asked for that. I don't ask for any of that. I don't, even my enemies, I don't even hate my enemies, because I understand, you know what I mean? I understand at a deeper level. And I was only trying to help them because I see potential in them that maybe they don't even see themselves. I can see, the deep into the soul, and I can see the potential, and I can see the wounds. And so I was trying to help them, but they were dragging me under. Yeah, I'm glad I'm away from him too. And like, when he called me, not this last time that I told him that, but the time before, he was like asking me, what are you doing? Where are you at? And I'm like, I ain't telling you. I ain't telling you shit. I ain't telling nobody shit. I ain't telling nobody nothing about what I'm doing anymore. Nobody. Because then y'all get in there and you mess with things and you mess things up. I'm not telling nobody shit anymore. And he's like, well, what made you do that? I was like, because I don't trust the motherfucker no more. He didn't like that. He didn't like that. He used to tell me all the time, there's a, how'd he put that? There's a method to my madness. And he hides cards, he doesn't tell everybody all his stuff. He hides his cards. That's why. That's why he hides his cards. The thinks. Welcome it. The think. I'll put an S on the end of it. Welcome in. I'm from West Virginia. Where are you from? Yeah, they always have a group because they can't come up against you singly because they know damn well they're not going to beat you singly. Like he tried that. And my mind was too strong for him. So he couldn't break me. He needed to bring others in to break me. And had they taken me down? Yes. Yes, they did several times. They took me to my knees several times. But I stood back up several times. I've come back from things that they don't even know how the hell I came back from them. But I came back from them. So, and I told them a long time ago that I was a chosen one. They didn't want to accept that. They were challenged. Like, God Divine Source told them to leave me alone. And they didn't, and you don't mess with the chosen ones. You don't mess with anyone in God's eyes either, because God don't like ugly. But you especially don't mess with the anointed ones. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here because this is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is part of my destiny, helping the world evolve and grow and learn who they are. This is my destiny. And you don't mess with that destiny. Oh, Brianna, yay! I'm happy for you. You did that on purpose and told me on here, didn't you? I'm happy for you. We got to talk later because I want to know where. Yes, it is a blessing, sweetie. And you'll be out of the room. Oh, I'm so happy for you. See, everything happens for a reason. I love you too, baby girl. Yay. Now maybe your sister and them can find a place of their own too. That would be great. I'm so happy for you. You deserve it. You deserve it, honey. You do. You deserve it. You've been very patient and yeah, you've had your own battles, but you're my daughter. You're strong. You got that schoolgirl blood running through you. I'm happy for you. You deserve it, baby. Yeah, Melanie, I am a chosen one. And I second guessed that a lot, like I did, but I've asked 3 different times. And even one time I was like, I don't want to know. Like, I don't want to know. And that's what was shown to me. Like, I was watching a reader and then the chosen one, the movie popped up. And it's like, am I really? Like, am I like, it was so hard for me to wrap my head around that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I kept hearing his words in my head too. Every time it would come up, I kept hearing that guy's words in my head. He was like, little old Laura from the middle of nowhere. Why would God choose you? Like, who are you? And I would hear that in my head all the time. So like I kept second guessing myself. He's like, so many people have worked so hard to be that, to be allowed to be a chosen one. And he gives it to little old you in the middle of nowhere. And what God told me when he said that, what he told me was they're hidden amongst us in plain sight. That was what came back in my head when he said that. And I hadn't touched the Bible, in a long time, but that's what came to my head when he said that. They are hidden amongst us in plain sight. So yes, definitely. I love you, Brie. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. Boy, you're gonna feel like you won the jackpot. You definitely gonna feel like you won the jackpot. And maybe this was God's way of, saying he made you wait until when you do get it, because then when you got it and you're in it, you're going to be so much more grateful and thankful for it. You know what I mean? Especially after what you've been through. That's my baby girl, guys. That's my baby girl. Not such a baby anymore, but she's always going to be my baby girl. 2-bedroom, 2-bath. That's good. All right, baby. I love you. Enjoy your day. Be safe. Celebrate. You deserve to celebrate. And be easy on yourself. Congratulations. Heck yeah, I'm so happy for her. The landlord really did them dirty. Um, the last place that they had, like, they did a lot of work on that place, and then um the landlord decided they weren't going to renew the lease. So they really, really screwed them over, and they didn't get paid for any of it. It all came out of their pocket. So she watches kids. But so she's been living in a one room with no windows and a door for a couple of years now. So 3 years. So I'm really excited for her because it's been driving her up the wall. She's had to go next door to her boyfriend's dad's place to shower, to eat, to do laundry, and all of that. So, and it's been really driving her nuts. So I'm so happy for her. Like, I'm so happy. She's been wanting this. She has kids. That's her class. She does daycare. And she also just recently got baptized. So, and she loves her kids. She's really good with kids. She's really good with animals. She always has been. She's worked really hard, changed her life around, and when I learn these things, I set them at their feet. You know what I mean? Before I come out here and I talk to you guys, because I taught them the way I was taught, all the lies that I was taught. So as I learn them and I get these epiphany moments and I break these cycles, I lay that knowledge at their feet first. Thank you, Melanie. She deserves it. She really does. She's a hard worker, and she has her own battles, and she's fought through a lot of battles. But I did let her know getting baptized means the devil's going to come after her that much harder. But they anointed her when they baptized her. The woman told her that God told her to anoint her, and they anointed the ground. She's been really, really struggling, but I'm proud of her. She's strong. We have a lot of heart to heart conversations, and a lot of them will end in both of us crying. But we sit down and we have a lot of heart to heart conversations. Yes, yes, we are. Oh, I wish that, I was close like that with all of my boys too, but unfortunately I'm not. My second oldest one, we're pretty close. When he doesn't have a girlfriend, when he gets girlfriend, every time he gets a girlfriend, like he I don't know, they keep him away from the family. But my oldest, I wish I had that kind of relationship with him, but we don't. But I still love him no matter where he's at, no matter what he's doing, right or wrong. I still love him. And my youngest, he's in the military, so barely ever get to speak to him. My youngest boy. So it's the girls, and the girls work their asses off. I wasn't always, guys. I had to teach myself how to be loving with my kids because I didn't have that. You know what I mean? I had to teach myself. But these kids have seen me grow as well. No, Ryan, I'm not jealous. Like I'm the type of mother that if you're in the wrong, I'm gonna call your ass on it. If they're in the wrong, I'm gonna call their ass on it. Like I'm not too afraid to call my kid's ass when they're in the wrong. And if she was on here, she'd tell you. She'd tell you. If I feel like they're doing something wrong, I will say something to them. And I don't do that favoritism shit. Like I don't. But, his girlfriends that he's been getting with are insecure, and he's a male being controlled, the opposite of me, because we don't do what we were told, we do what we see. So they grew up seeing me being controlled, and they ended up in that same environment. I watched my mom go through it, and I ended up in the same environment. So that's the cycles that I'm breaking. But he would get with very controlling, very jealous girlfriends, and first thing they would do was pull him away from his family. He's had one that's he's taken charges for, went to jail for, to keep her out of trouble. So like, are you talking about my sons? Yeah. And they're on their own path. They're on their own destiny. Like, but my son would be going through things and he would call me and he's like, Mom, you always help me through it. Like, no matter what, like you always help me see things in a different way. You always help me through it. And his girlfriends don't like that. Like, he recently went to jail, and I tried to tell him that the girl that he was with was going to walk out on him, but he took her side over mine, like completely. And this is what he always does. He took her side over mine, only to prove me right. She walked out on him, and like it's just, but I don't know. I spent 2.5 hours on the phone trying to talk to this girl, trying to calm this girl. This girl doesn't want to change. She had an excuse for everything. Like, she doesn't want to look at her own issues. She just wants to say, I have this, this, and this. And you know what I mean? Play the woe is me card, and not willing to do any of the work. And how this boy stayed with this girl for so long and didn't go completely crazy, I have no idea. Because in 2.5 hours, like, I was biting my tongue so bad. It wasn't funny. But I was right. Like, she walked out on him. And I knew that she would. And then later he's like, Mom, you were right. I don't want to be right. That's the thing. I don't want to be right. I want you to like listen to some of the things I'm saying, the tools that I'm setting at your feet, and pick them up for yourself. I don't want to be right. I don't want to see my kid's heart broken. You know what I mean? But if he was in the wrong, I called his ass on it too. Right. Well, she didn't have a problem saying she had issues. The problem was she didn't want to do anything to correct those issues. You know what I mean? Oh, I have this, I have this, I have this, but she didn't want to do anything to work on herself. She didn't want to do anything to help my son either. Like every advice that I gave her about the whole situation, oh, I can't do that. Oh, well, they won't do this. I mean, it was an automatic, you know what I mean? You know when you're around someone like that. And I'm not saying my son's perfect because he's definitely not. He is a Leo. And I've had to tell him more than one time, yes, the Leos are the kings and the queens of the zodiac. But even a king and queen has an advisor. He gets too cocky for his own good, and I bring him down a notch. Um, but at the same time, he's supposed to be a leader. He's supposed to be confident. But like you can tell that he's not, but he'll still stand his ground no matter what. And, several times I've had to tell him, you're getting a little bit too cocky. You need to come back down a notch. You don't have to take other people's advice, but you do at least have to listen. A good king would listen to his people. A good king would take advice. Not that you got to do what they say, but there are bits and pieces in it that you could take to adjust to your own life. And I've had to call him on it more than one time because, yes. And he will tell you. I don't tell him what he wants to hear. I tell him what he needs to hear. Yes, cockiness. Exactly. Yes. Yes. So I know the Leo energy very well. Yeah. And I've watched people pull the wool over his eyes. I've watched people take advantage of him, and he stood firm on their side. Like he stood firm, only to be let down in the end. And I've tried to warn him about these things, but in the moment he won't listen. Like he really won't listen. I've tried to warn him about his baby mama. I tried to warn him about her. Like he doesn't listen. His baby mama got him locked up twice. Um it just, so I'm just like, and then he's like, Mom, why do I gotta go to jail why do I gotta go to jail all the time? I said, because that's the only place you listen to God. In jail. That's the only place you seem to listen. Like you come out strong, but that's the only place they go sit your ass down and you'll listen. And I've helped him with some of his rap music, like, he'll run it through me and I'll give him an idea or something on it, where he could change this up a little bit or change that up a little bit. Like we're close, but like I said, he lets other people interfere. And I want him to be happy. I want him to have a healthy relationship. I want him to have a good woman, you know what I mean? I want that. There's no competition there. I'm not trying to compete with anybody. There's no reason why he can't have a healthy relationship with a woman and have his family too. Like I don't get that. But it's that the whole thing with like me. Seclusion. Seclude them. Um I'm not sure. He has a YouTube thing though. It's Zay Lion. He's been through a lot. Yes, he's been through a lot. He battled addictions. He's been through a lot. Well, he was out. He was 2 years clean, and ended up, you know, he had a contract with his music and stuff, and everything was going good for him. He had they just got a house and all of that, and then he ended up right back in jail. So like, and he was even like, "Mom, why would I do that? I had everything going for me. Like, why would I do that? Like, I didn't." So you're in that battle now. Yeah. Yes, I'm understanding. And then my oldest one, he has an addiction that he battles. It's a different addiction, but he has an addiction that he battles too. And I mean, he's even looked at me and he's like, "Mom, why do you still love me after everything I've done to you?" Because you're my son and I love you. I may not love what you do, but I love you. But he's pulled himself away from the family. Melanie, good night. I love you. Stay safe and take care of yourself and don't be hard on yourself. But I don't judge. It's not my place to judge. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be there for them the best that I can be, but I also understand that this is part of their destiny. This is part of their life. And you know, my oldest boy, he told me before. He was like, "Mom, don't blame yourself," because I knew at 8 years old I was going to do drugs. I knew. Now, I didn't know that he was going to do that, but he already knew. And because, he was, I guess, curious. And I didn't know this, that he was curious, but he knew at 8 years old that when he got older, he was going to be going down that drug path. I'd have done everything I could to stop it had I known. But that's what made me realize it was never about me. It's about his journey. This is his journey. This is their journey. All I can do is be there for them when they fall, and give them a hand to help them stand back up if they want it. I can't go against their free will. But that's when I realized, and I believe that part of their journey is like being able to break that and then help lead others out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe it's a part of their destiny. Like my son Isaiah, had he not gone through all the stuff that he went through, he wouldn't be the rapper that he is today. Like, it was all a part of it. Like everything that I've been through, if I wouldn't have been through everything that I've been through and worked my way through all of that and grew and evolved through that, I wouldn't be the great tarot reader that I am today. I wouldn't be able to give the good advice and the guidance that I give today. So it's all a part of it. Yeah, we'd all be good if we stopped at weed. Yeah. But I went down that road too for a while. You know what I'm saying? Not around like my boys. My boys were already, they had their own thing going on. But I went down that too. So, there's no way that I would sit and judge anybody. Because it's not our place. The Bible even tells you that it is not your place to judge. Judge not, lest ye be judged. So, but we all have our own paths. We all have our own destinies. And we're all strong enough to make it through it. We can make it through it. I have faith in us. Even if we don't have faith in us, I have faith in us. We're so much stronger than we allow ourselves to know. And then, Society doesn't want us to break out of that box either. They don't want us out of that box. They don't want us thinking for ourselves. They don't want us to take our power back. But I hate to tell them, age of Aquarius, for the next 19 years, Pluto is an Aquarius. So us death and transformation to the old belief system, to that box, like people are getting out of that box. They're starting to think for themselves. They're starting to take their power back. But when you're young, you want to get out there. You want to party. You can't drink till you're 21. How many people sit there and wish their life away? I wish I was 21. I wish I was 21. I wish I could drink. I wish I could drink. And then you get out there, and it's part of living life. It's part of having an experience. We are in a body, a spirit in a human body, having an experience. Naveen, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Welcome in. Everybody say happy birthday to Naveen. I looked up that movie From and put it on my watch list. Ryan Ross, and see, that's the problem with my kids too, is my family is very judgmental. My family have spent their lives putting my kids down. Like, for instance, told my girls that they would be pregnant before they even graduated. And, my daughter is 22 years old, and finally, now she's becoming a mama. But that shit came back on them too. You know what I mean? So it's because they ended up having a kid that hadn't graduated that got pregnant. That shit came back on them. You got to watch what you throw at people, because it comes right back at you. But they spent my kids' lives putting them down. And then when, like you, when they fell into addiction, then they judge them. And that's what they do. Instead of being the supportive ones, they are supporting them, helping them through it. They judge them and point fingers at them, and they're less than because they have this problem. There is nobody out here that hasn't battled something, that doesn't have some kind of skeleton in their closet that they need support with, not being looked down on and beat up because of it. They need a support system. And the sad thing is, most people out here don't have that support system. I didn't. I was my own support system. I was my own cheerleader. You know what I mean? I pulled myself through all of my traumas. I didn't have that system. My family was definitely not that backup system. I had a long talk with my stepdad when I came back here about all the things that we went through and why they weren't there and why they didn't recognize them, and how can a parent not see the two of their children are ready to end their lives. Like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, and he apologized to me, but it wasn't just him. It was my whole family. My whole family was a bunch of bullies. And when you were having a problem, like, they laughed and joked about your pain. They laughed and joked about who you were. They laughed and joked when you were struggling. They pointed fingers and run their mouths behind your back. And you know what I mean? So they didn't have that support system, and I was so lost for the longest time. I couldn't even be that support system. I didn't even know how to be my own cheerleader. I taught myself. I literally taught myself how to be a good mother, taught myself how to be a loving, caring, nourishing mother, because I never had that. And, I do my damnedest to be there for my kids. But a lot of their wounds, I'm not going to lie, I've created them. I created them by not knowing, not having coping skills, not having the skills that I needed, to be a good parent. But I taught myself and I've done my damnedest to take all of that back and retrain their brains from what I was trained from. Ryan, you have support here. It looks like it is, Naveen. It looks like it's going to be. It looks like I'm going to like it. Yes, you got to be your own cheerleader. You got to be your own mom. You got to be your own dad. You got to be your own cheerleader. Yep. And that's what I've learned. And I've been doing this since I was a kid. You know, I've been there for myself since I was a kid. I've been the one that picks myself back up. I've been the one taking care of myself and others around me. So that's how I fell into that. So then when I fell into the jail system, I'm already that nurturing, caring, you know, take care of everybody, take on everybody else's responsibilities type person, wear the heart on my sleeve, you know, overgiver. My life taught me that. So that was something I had to break out of. And trust me, the jail system, God took me down the right path because that was the hard way. Like that wasn't the easy way. Like that was definitely the hard way. Because I believe that anyone can change. Well, it wasn't that they needed to change, it was that they used all of those weaknesses against me. So I became very strong. Yes, we do. Good and bad. We learn from our parents. We learn from cycles. We learn from history. Yes. But I want to leave a legacy for my kids. That's what I want to do. And maybe that legacy is breaking these cycles, showing them how to break them. But I mean, what did my family accomplish by doing that? Because they just got themselves left out. You know what I mean? Like for instance, when my daughter had her gender reveal, she didn't invite a lot of them because they all put them down. When she graduated, she looked at me and she said, "Mom, I want to thank you." And I said, "For what?" She said, "Because you were the only one there pushing me. Even though I didn't want to go to school, even though I didn't want to do my work, you were the one there pushing me to go through it." She's like, "Everybody else is calling me and congratulating me, and I could care less." She said, "Because they weren't there for me. They weren't pushing me. They weren't supporting me, you know?" So, and I teared up. Like I literally teared up when she said this, but it made me feel so good, you know, that that's the way that she felt. Mom was the one there pushing me. Mom was the one there getting me through it. Like even though I didn't see it, you know? And it also shocked me that she said those things about family, you know, because family's everything, but not when they're toxic. You know, sometimes when they're toxic, you got to walk away. You got to walk away. And it doesn't mean you got to stay away. Like you can come back in and see, has anything changed? You know, were we able to do anything with this? You know, are we able to make it through this? And if it hasn't, then you've got to back away. And I did that several times. Like I took my kids and they were angry at me. They were very angry at me because I took my kids away from my family for 3 years. But their lives improved when I did that. And our lives with me, with them, improved when I did that. And they were very angry, but they see now. Like they, you know, I'm glad it lifts your mood. I'm glad it lifts your mood because you're special, you're unique. You have no reason to sit and beat yourself up. Like, why would you do that? You're a human being. You're a being, a spiritual being having a human experience. And like I've said before, like, I don't believe in mistakes. That's the wrong word to put on it. I don't believe in mistakes because 90% of us, if we knew the outcome before we did it, we wouldn't have done it. If we'd have known the repercussions and all of that beforehand, we wouldn't have done it. So that's your stepping stone. You know what I mean? A stepping stones. Separated from your family and friends now and all of them. But I don't know how you feel, but I would rather be alone than be around a bunch of toxic people. You know what I mean? Like I would. Yeah. Yeah. See, and you just said the same thing I was saying. We're getting on the same wave path here. Yeah. I would rather be alone than be surrounded by a bunch of toxic people. And it was hard for me. Like back in what, 2000, my doctor told me to get away from my family, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I was all about family. You know, I loved my family regardless of how they treated me. And mom, I couldn't have done that to mom. Like I walked away from mom for 3 years one time, but I couldn't do that. You know, I just couldn't. And then mom died, and of course, everything changed, and the family kind of went their separate ways, which I told everybody after she died that that's what was going to happen. And everybody was like, no, that's not going to happen. Yes, that's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. I mean, I couldn't even do anything up here as an adult, as the oldest of all of us kids. I couldn't even do anything up here without my family. Like, who do you have up there? What are you doing? Like, constantly in my business. And I finally got to a point where I was like, it's none of your business. Like, you don't need to know. So they would send their kids. They would send their kids to figure it out because I wouldn't tell them. So, you know, the best thing I ever did was take my kids and leave. It gave them a chance to see how life was without all that, and then it gave them a chance to really see, you know, where the toxicity was. Which I sat back one time and I just watched. I just sat back and I watched my whole family. Like I didn't talk. I just watched them. I watched how they interacted with each other, and I studied their behavior. And I realized that my family, like, they were all like angry, so angry. And I promised myself, like, I'm not going to be like this. That's not going to be me. Yeah. And see, that's what's happening. That's what's happening now. We're taking our power back, and now the truth is being revealed. Like, that's why they say you don't got to defend yourself. You don't got to stand up for yourself. It actually makes you, they make you look crazy when you do that. They're out there telling everybody you're crazy. And then when you are standing up for yourself and you're taking up for yourself, it makes you look crazy. You don't have to stand up for yourself because everything comes out in the wash. It all gets shown. So now that we're all taking our power back, like the truth is being revealed. Like the true identity of these people is starting to show. The lies and all the things they've hid behind, it's starting to come out. Like I said, the ones in jail, they don't want me out here telling about them taking all that money from me. You know, they don't want me out here speaking the truth about how they treated me because now their game's out there. You know what I mean? I'm speaking the truth, the manipulation. And, you know, he also had me look up gang stalking. He had me look up what gang stalking meant. And then it started popping up all around me. Like that word started popping up all around me. and tarot readings and stuff that I was watching, and that's what they were doing, gang stalking. I had one come on here. I don't know if you guys were on here when they come on here, but said something to me about my new phone. How do you know I got a new phone? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're watching me, they're stalking me, they're sending people in to take me out. I know this. I'm aware of this. Yeah, I know. So I have a brother dealing with probate that saw fit to push me out of the way. So I understand that whole probate thing. It's not worth the stress. It's not. God sees. God knows who's being ugly. Yep. Yep. Gang stalking. Boy, see, if you go to somebody and tell somebody you're being gang stalked, 90% of people are going to think you're crazy. But no, this is a cult. Not only jail guys, but a cult that I've been dealing with. The last thing they want me to do is out here speaking it. And I'm not saying anything bad about cults because not all cults are bad. You know, we have good and evil in everything. Everything. Spirituality, the Bible, the cults. We have good and evil in all of it. It's your intentions that you put toward it. Yes. Yes. And that's their game. You know, come in and love bomb and you know, act like they're the sweetest, greatest person in the world, and then pull you up that mountain and drop your ass. That's their game. Because as long as they keep you on the ground and broken, and they act like your hero, you know what I mean? Like you're not going to catch on to it. They cause you to be broken, and then they rush in and act like your hero. So you're looking up to them. So you're doing everything that they want. You're admiring them when in fact they are the ones that took you to the ground to start with. And they didn't want me to put all that together. Yeah. I mean, they tap your phones. They do all kinds of shit. And he even had me go through. So I was having a problem with my phone. So he had me even go through like my app store and disable everything. He had me disable everything. And that's how they got in. And I know it is. I know it is. But me thinking at that time that he was doing it to help me out, you know what I mean? I went through and I disabled everything on the phone with him. And, you know, deleted all my cache and all of that stuff, you know, and went through all of that. So that's how they broke into it. Yeah, there's a secret to our devices. They don't tell us. Yeah. And these people know it, you know, because they've studied it. He even told me, he was like, my ex girlfriend could scare you. Like, my ex girlfriend, there's nothing that she can't do. Like, she can get information she can get information about you that would make your head spin, you know, all of that stuff. It's in administrative mode. Yeah. Yeah, even my computer will come up and say administrator of this computer, this the laptop. And then I can have guests and stuff like that too. Yeah. But see, I didn't know they had that on your phone. I didn't know that that was the phone thing either. Which I'm not worried. I don't care. Like I'm not running from them. I'm done running. I'm not running from them. I'm facing them head on. I'm getting out here. I'm speaking about it. I don't care. I've learned that on the other side of fear is peace. So most people always want administrators so you can be, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know that it had that either. But I do that on my laptop. But that laptop is so old. Like it's been through hell and back. Like when SWAT came in for that guy that was the woman called in a bomb threat on him and they came in and searched the house. Like they threw my laptop. The girls melted candle wax on my laptop, knocked a candle over on my laptop. So it's been through hell and back. And the battery doesn't stay charged. You have to keep it plugged in. But that was my first laptop. It's the first one I ever owned. I was determined to get it, and I got it. And I loved that thing. I only paid 300 and some dollars for it, but I loved it. And the guys that I was dealing with, like when I looked them up, it was guns and drugs. And that's what it was, guns and drugs. Yeah, I got an HP. The guys that were in jail, when I looked them up, that's what they were in there for, guns and drugs. You too. But I still don't judge. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't judge. I had one that, had been in the military that had, he was having a lot of issues I was helping him with, but that guy made me walk away from him. And we were just friends. We were just friends. The HP, yeah. I was just friends with him. And like when he would get, bent out of shape and stuff, like I would be able to calm him down. But this guy made me walk away from him and another one that I was helping and not even explain it. Like, and that never set right with me. That never felt right to me to just walk away and not explain why. And and then they were worried about me and they kept on messaging me and I couldn't say anything because this guy wouldn't let me. And I allowed him to have that control and that power over me for the longest time. And then I started fighting back against it. And I'm like, that's not me. That's not me. That's not how I do things. And yeah, you might say that, I'm not being morally right or whatever, but that's not me. I'm I'm not the type of person that just walks out and doesn't say anything. Like, everybody deserves to know why. You just don't up and ghost somebody and you don't, you know what I mean? That's not right either. Yeah, I loved my HP, but I barely use it now because, like, the cord's in one place, the computer's in another place, and you got to constantly have it plugged in. And here at Dad's, with the only electric being in this room running through a cord, heavy duty cord, it's just too much trying to do all that. You only been in a holding cell twice, never hit the dorms. Well, that's good. My my niece's baby daddy, her ex-husband, is the one who got me talking to someone in jail. And then I talked to him for a while, and then my brother's ex-wife ended up talking to each other behind my back. And then, I let that all go. I forgave everyone. She was saying they were going to get married, and I let it all go. Like, I let it all go. I let her back in. I gave her another chance. I wished them the best on their marriage. They didn't end up getting married. I don't know. It didn't end up working out between them later, but anyway, um and then, you know, he introduced me to this one, the one that I'm talking about, that was talking about the gang stalking, and made me look up all those words and do the definitions, and was complete control freak. And I told him more than once he was trying to control me, and no one's going to control me. I'm not that type person. I'm an Aquarius. Come on. Who controls an Aquarius? They might think they are. They might think they are, and they might think we're dumb and naive, but we're not. We're analyzing, we're observing, we're figuring it out, we're piecing it together. And a lot of times I let people think I'm stupid. Like, I just let people think it. Like, I let them think I'm naive because I want to see how far they're willing to go. But anyway, um then that one ended up giving my address and stuff out to other people, which there were other people in there that I was working with spiritually, and that's all we would talk about, was like spiritual stuff. But like, they and at this point in time, I was still the type of person who was still looking for validation. I was still the type of person who emotionally wanted that support. All I've ever wanted in my life is someone to love me, understand me, see me for who I am, and love me for who I am. And they used those wounds. So they did the love bombing, and I fell for that stuff, and I did end up falling for a couple of them at different points in time. And then they would be in and out. Like, one would come in, one would go out, one would come in, one would go out. So they were constantly toying with me and playing with me and messing with my head. And then my real takedown is when the one that, we had planned a whole future together. The first one, we had planned a whole future together. Like, he was getting out, we were supposed to be together and all of that. And then find out that he had been with this other woman for 8 of the 10 months that we were supposed to have been together. That took me down hard. It took me down really hard. I ended up having a heart attack a month after that. And I ended up being like, so, and I'm gonna say I was obsessed. I became obsessed. Like, I fell for this guy so hard because, like, he would pull out of me like all the traumas and stuff that I had been through, and like, I would cry. I would be crying on the phone with him, but at the end of every conversation, like, he would have me laughing and jumping around like a lunatic. And he's the reason that I was able to even look in a mirror anymore, because he had me put a mirror by my bed, and I was never comfortable with taking pictures of myself. I was not comfortable with being out there. And all these things that he used to take me down, I used to build me up. The mirror thing, I love taking my pictures now. I kept the mirror by my bed even after he did what he did. I kept the mirror by my bed, and I got to a point where I was able to look in the mirror. That was a childhood wound of I was not good enough. I was ugly. My stepdad used to put me in bed, make me cover my head because he didn't want to see my face. So that was a negative wound for me that I worked through. But all these things that they use to take me down, I use to build me up and grow me and evolve me. So I'm grateful that God, divine source, took me through the jail system because my recovery was more rapid and more harsh than most people out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I dealt with not one narcissist, but several narcissist, and I was able to build my strength and my character through that. um well, the obsession wasn't so good because then I don't do this. I don't go on people's pages. I don't go through their wallets. I don't do stuff like that because my thing is if they're going to cheat or whatever, there's more fish in the sea. Although it's left me guarded, it's left me a little blocked. I'm not going to lie. I'm still working through things, but I know my worth now, and I put me above anybody else now. I used to put everybody else above me, above my health, above me altogether. And now that's changed. You know what I'm saying? I put me above them now because I realized that if I don't take care of me, I can't take care of anybody else. But it wasn't good because like I was watching him like post his shit on Facebook, and a lot of it was God, that was, and I know it was directed at me because my spirituality. Um, but I watched him get married to this woman, and it was tearing me apart. Like, it was literally tearing me apart until one day I was like, you got to stop this, Laura. Like, you got to stop. So I blocked him. You know, I had sent him a message on his birthday, wishing him a happy birthday. I had sent him a New Year's thing, wishing him a happy New Year's, and I had, wished him the best with his new relationship. And I finally sent him a last message telling him, this is your destiny. This is where you're supposed to be. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I wish you nothing but happiness, but this is your lesson. You have to learn your lesson with this partner, and I have to learn mine over here. And I wished him happiness and peace, and I let him go, and I blocked him, and that was it. I quit going and looking. But I was and I allowed it. I didn't realize I was giving my power away, but I allowed it. I allowed myself to go through it because I didn't recognize that this was being my wounds were being used. But yeah. And so like he called me once, and that's because I called his mom or whatever twice. He called me once, and we had phone sex. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like, why would I? Who cares? It's human. It's nature. And then he never talked to me again. And then his picture changed. He was kissing another girl. And like I said, I usually don't do that, but I noticed that the picture changed. So I went to look at it, and he's standing with a girl, and in the background, he's kissing her. And when I went down to relationship, he had been in a relationship with her for 10 months. So it really tore me apart. And then I had the other one that came back that just kind of disappeared. And he's like, how dare you move on? And you've been gone for 6 months. Well, I mean, what? What? What do you mean? What was I supposed to do? Just sit here and wait on you and not live my life? So then he guilt tripped me. So then I ended up back in, and then we fought a lot about it. And then eventually, like, everything kind of calmed down. But that was also around the time I got the money from my dad's accident, and everything was great until that money ran out. Everything was great. And then he too ran off with my brother's ex-wife. So you know, but, birdies talk. I hear things. I know that karma's going back right now, and I don't wish that on anybody. I don't wish it on my worst enemies because I went through a lot of shit. A lot of shit. I was taken down a lot. I was beat down a lot. And I don't wish that on my worst enemy. Like, I don't. But at the same time, I gave it to God. I gave it to God, divine source. You handle it because you can dish the revenge so much better than I can. And I don't want to know. I don't want to know what's happening to them. I want them to live their life. I want them to be happy. I don't have that grudging, you know what I mean? Envious. It hurt that she betrayed me twice. It hurt, that I gave her a second chance and she did it again. It hurt that he knew that she had done that and he chose her. That hurt, and I had to work through that pain. But at the same time, I didn't wish ill on them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I just got too good of a heart sometimes. Yeah, boost our astrology. Yeah, I guess that it would be having healthier boundaries. But I also know that, like, he's out here sending these people toward me still. I know that he's doing this because he's like, you're mine no matter what. You're mine. I can do what the hell I want. I can go and do what the hell I want, but you can't do this. You won't do this. You won't succeed in your career. You won't have another relationship. I will ruin everything you've got. So he's also sending these people toward me, you know, hoping that I take the bait and I let them love bomb me and I don't know my worth and he can continue to take me down. And I know that's what his game is. Right, run. Right, exactly. Yeah, yeah. But they do this because they know it hurts you. They know. They know they're sticking that screwdriver in and twisting it, or that knife in your back and twisting it. They know. So the best thing you can do is not let it affect your emotions. You know, keep moving forward. Don't let it affect your dreams. Don't allow it, like I was with my channel. Every time they would take me down, I would leave my channel, even though that is the thing that I was most passionate about. My spirituality is the thing that I was most passionate about, helping people, and they knew this. But they would take me down, and then I would back away from my channel because I needed time to mentally recover and mentally pick myself back up. And they were hoping that I would give up on this channel and I would give up on my dreams and I would let it all go and I would just be submissive. I would do what they tell me to do. And he even told me, like, I run a tight ship. He even told me too that if I backmouthed him or something in front of, or spoke up in something in front of the people that he was working with, that he would backhand me. And I'm like, you will not put your hands on me. And if you do, you will regret it. Like, you think I'm just going to sit there and let you smack me? No, you will bring a fireball out of me. And if you think you've won, you've got another thing coming because you got to sleep sometime. And he also told me, God started reminding me of our first conversations, like our first conversations where he was saying women were weak. And I would get mad. And I'm like, women are not weak. You know, we're stronger than you think we are. But he meant weak minded. But I proved to him that, not all women, not all women. Ryan, the reason that is being brought to you, you're having similar experiences, is because it's meant to make you look inside yourself and see what it is they're triggering, and work on that. And I've had to do it, so I'm not judging you. You know what I'm saying? I'm laying knowledge and wisdom at your feet where you can get out of that cycle, because it will keep triggering you. It will. It will continue to trigger you until you figure out what it's triggering in you and why and where it started. And 90% of it starts in your childhood. And then each relationship, situationship, partnership, family, all continues to trigger that wound until you are able to go in and see what it is and work on healing it. And then you've got to be patient with yourself, because it's something that wasn't created overnight and it's not going to be fixed overnight. You're going to go through the thing where you think that you've healed it. And then later on, when you think you're good, something else is going to come in and trigger it. That's like this guy that I gave a chance to, that I started to like allow myself to date or whatever. When I brought up something that was bothering me, he ghosted me. He ghosted me. So, and whether he's got something going on in his life that caused it or whatever, I don't know. But you communicate with people. You don't just ghost. You communicate. But him ghosting made me have to go within and look at my abandonment wound again. You know what I'm saying? So I recently went through this again, had to go in and look at that abandonment wound again. I had to figure out my part in this, because we both play a part, whether we are the enabler or the one, taking advantage. We both play a part in it, and we have to see our part in it as well. Were we an overgiver? And that's been my thing, being an overgiver. You know what I mean? Wanting to believe people at their word rather than, you know, let them show me who they are. But in this one, like, okay, you're going to ghost me. Well, then I'm not going to sit around here waiting on you. Like, I'm not going to chase you. I've been in that chase battle, chase runner, the runner chaser thing. And with the whole gel thing, that was a runner chaser, because this guy would send me something so subliminally. I would believe that he was into me. And, this thing where he's gotten emotional and he's let his guard down. He really cares about me and he really loves me and all of that. So at that time, I was held back, out of fear of getting hurt or putting my emotions out there, because every time I did, he showed me that he didn't give a shit about my emotions or respect them. Um, so I stopped doing it. Well, then he would chase me and he would catch me and then he would pull away. And then I'm left confused, don't know what the hell is going on. So I would chase him. And when I would chase him, then he would pull away. And it was a game that he kept playing with me. And then when the emotions would start bubbling up to the surface and I'd say something and then I'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I didn't want to say that. I should have never said that." He'd be like, "No, no, I want to know how you feel." Because he was using that, he was using that when I would become vulnerable again, he would use that and he would detach and he would hurt me again. So it was a system. They had a system. It's been a long time, yeah, but those wounds will still continue to get triggered. So we have to constantly always work on ourselves, like always. In a relationship, relationships take work, but both parties have got to be working on themselves as well as the relationship. And if you've got one where the other person isn't willing to do that with you, or they want to point fingers at you instead of, you can't sit down and have a healthy conversation about, well, when I feel like this when you do this, could you maybe work on this? Well, I work on this, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a healthy relationship. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of third parties. It is. And I did find myself sitting and wondering, if maybe the reason, because I addressed the fact that at first, like, he was messaging me in the morning before he went to work, and then he would message me at lunch, just a small message, and then we would talk in the evening to everything kind of changed. Like, he stopped messaging in the morning and at lunch, and one evening he didn't even talk to me. So this is triggering my abandonment issues. This is what this was designed to do. Um, in my destiny, in my path anyway. Um, but I addressed that and that we needed to talk, and didn't hear from him for a couple days, and I'm like, what is going on? And come back with, it was thinking, and I'm like, okay, but you can communicate that. Like, you don't have to run. And he's like, I'm not running, I'm thinking. Okay, well, that's not a healthy way to handle a relationship. So, I put out there everything that, had been bothering me. I was like, I understand, maybe I need a day or two. Well, that was what, the end of October? So I had to work through all of that. I had to work through the abandonment issue. And I even told him, I was like, okay, so this is triggering my abandonment issue. So I need to look at my abandonment issue. I need to work on me. And obviously I have more work to do in this area. And nothing, nothing. So what do? You sit here and you wait? No, I'm not gonna sit here and wait. I'm gonna continue to live my life. And that did come up, you know. What, did he have another woman? Even though he told me that he didn't, did he? And also, he wanted things to happen fast. Like, he wanted me to just pick up a week after meeting me, he wanted me to just pick up and move. And he made it out to be my idea too. I noticed that too. He wanted me to just pick up and move up there and just fall into that system and just kind of, get rid of my stuff. And, he's got a house full of stuff already. And it didn't happen in the way that he wanted to. And I trust when God divine makes a delay, there's a delay for a reason. Things didn't work out the way that they were meant to. So because I didn't move as quickly as he wanted me to, was there somebody else that was willing to move as quickly? You got way more women when you were a horrible boyfriend. Um, that's because women who grow up in those kind of abusive, toxic, and I'm not saying you're abusive. I don't know you, so I'm not judging you. But when they grow up in those unhealthy environments, they end up with that type of unhealthy situation in a relationship. And to them, that's the way you show love. You know, if they're not putting me down, if they're not abusing me, if they're not doing this, if they're not on me every second of the day, then they must not love me. So then when somebody good does come in, you don't think it's real. You think it's fake. It doesn't seem real. It seems all too good to be true. Ashen, welcome in. Yeah. I'm not going to say that I haven't been toxic in a relationship. I know that I have, because for one, I've been a no forgiver. You know what I mean? And like I said, I've been chasing love. I realized like 4 years ago that I was chasing the love that I never had growing up. And I didn't realize that's what I was doing. I just wanted someone to love me. I just wanted someone to love me for who I was and accept me for who I was and not try to change me. I just wanted love. I wanted someone to wrap me in their arms and make me feel safe and make me feel secure and make me feel loved. And I didn't realize that I was actually chasing the love that I didn't have growing up. But once I realized that, then I learned to love me. I love me. I'm enough for me. And we fall into these cycles and these patterns, and we don't even realize we're in them. I've sat and I've done tarot readings with several people I was sitting across the table from, and I'm doing my readings, and they just break down and start crying because they know that I understand them. They know that I get it. You know what I mean? And just the fact that somebody else can understand them and that at that level can get them, somebody recognizes them, that's what brings the tears on. And I don't ever put anybody down for that. That's not a weakness. It takes a lot of strength to cry in front of somebody. It takes a lot of courage. That's another thing we've been taught wrong about. It's not weakness to be emotional in front of other people, guy or girl. I don't care. It's like guys have been raised up believing that they got to keep all their emotions down, that they're weak if they show any sign of emotions or not being able to handle it. They're taught to just keep going, take care of the family, do this, do that. They always got to be the strong one. They can't break down. That's not true. That's not true. They're not robots either. Us women aren't robots, and those men aren't robots either. You're telling a human being that they can't have a human emotion or a human experience. That's wrong. That's because society has taught you that it's weakness. That's why you don't do that. The crying. But how do you handle your emotions if you can't purge them? Because that's a natural way. Anger and crying is the natural way of the body to purge all of those emotions, to get them out, so they're not setting in the subconscious and replaying in their life and their partnerships and their friendships, and you know what I mean, their love relationships. If you can't get those emotions out, set in the back of your mind, and they're going to keep co-creating into your life. So how do you purge them? How do you purge them? If you've been taught that you can't cry, you can't show your emotions, you can't get angry because it's wrong for you to get angry too. You can't get angry, or you're a bad person. How do you purge those emotions out? How do you get them out of your system so they stop replaying in your life? I think it takes a strong man to cry in front of a woman or to cry in front of anyone. And I respect that. I respect a man that's not afraid to tap into their feminine side, because we all have feminine and masculine in us. All of us do. But society has taught you can't tap into your feminine side if you're a masculine. I've tapped into my masculine. I've been taking care of myself for I don't know how long. I'm the one who, makes sure the grass is cut. I make sure the house is running smooth. I make sure the trash is, all the things that guys are labeled they're supposed to do. I've done that for myself. So I've been more in my masculine than in my feminine because I've had to take care of me. I've had to take care of everything. No one else takes care of me. No one else is taking care of everything. I've had to step up to the plate and do what the masculine supposedly is supposed to do. So therefore, my feminine got left behind. Like I couldn't tap into my feminine. I couldn't tap into being a female because I've had to take on the masculine role. But, I've learned to also balance my feminine and bring my feminine out as well. Right, Ryan, but why should you feel like you have to hide those emotions? They're human emotions. It's natural. They've taken something that's supposed to be natural and they've changed it and they've made it bad. They've thrown it into the devil's area. Oh, that's shadow. Oh, you can't do that. Or you're coming from devil energy. That's not right. Yes. God, source divine, counts all your tears. Yes. Yep. Even if you're doing it alone, they still count it. You an aggressive woman? I don't know now. You're a product of your environment, and that we all are. That's the thing. We all are. We're a product of our environment. But that's not our title. We aren't our past. We aren't who everyone else has labeled us to be. We aren't our parents. We are our own unique individuals. And we should be allowed to be that unique individual. I don't want to be a product of my environment. I want to be me. Unapologetically, authentically me. Just slightly. You know how many guys I have gone out with that says I like your fire. They like to poke and get me angry and get me mad and get me crazy, and then they're like, "But I like your fire." But you doing it that way is stressing me out. It is inflaming all my organs and definitely is not safe for my heart. But I do have that. I do have the fire. I can bring the fire. I can bring that side of the tiger, but I don't like to. I don't like being that person. Absolutely love passing y'all off. What do you mean by that? You mean pissing us off? Yes, I know. That's what you mean. Yes, I dated a guy who openly told me that. Like, I like pissing you off because I like your fire. It's so cute. To see us all stressed out and like ready to rip your head off, that's cute. Why not the other side of the passion? Like, why would you not go through for the other side of like the tiger? Why would you not want the other side, like that passion instead of the anger? You tell all your girlfriends, yes. I'm not that type of person that like hits people, but I had this guy, this guy that pushed me beyond. Um, it involved nudes. He was my boyfriend. We were seeing each other. He was away with friends, hanging out with friends, and I didn't know at the time, but also getting high with his friends. And when he came in, I asked him, I was like, "Are you sure this is what you want? Are you sure that you're ready to take on this family? I have kids. Like, are you sure this is what you want?" And he was like, "Yeah." Well, then he's off hanging out with them, and he was off at a football game. He was actually at the stadium, and I didn't know because he didn't tell me. And I sent him nudes or whatever, trying to direct his attention back toward me because apparently it got lost somewhere. And he told me to go outside and have sex with my dad's donkey. And it pissed me off so bad that when he did come to the house, like I met him outside and I'm like, I had a flashlight in my hand. He was supposed to show up a lot earlier than he did, and he showed up really late. And I had been down the hill at my brother's, and I had just got my kid's bike, and I had just come back up the hill when he showed up, and it was dark. So I had the flashlight so I could see to unload the bike. And he came up, and I walked up to him, and I'm like, "What side of the head do you want the flashlight? And what side of the flashlight do you want?" And he was like, "I'm leaving." I was like, "Absolutely not. No, you're not. You're coming in the house. We're going to have a talk." And so we were standing in the middle of the dining room, not the dining room, the kitchen, having this conversation. And he said something, and I don't remember what it was, but it pissed me off. And I actually slapped him. Like, I don't do that. That's not me. I actually slapped him across the face, and he was like, "Do it again, honey. Do it again, honey." Like, that turns me on. Well, of course, you know where we ended up, but yeah, I don't get it. Like, why? I'm not a violent person. I don't like hitting people. But he loved it. I don't know. It did work. It did. And then that made me even madder. Yeah, it made me even madder. And it made me forgive him. But why do I gotta look like a crazy person? Like, why push us to that point? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Not only did he get what he wanted in that way, but he got me to let go of the issue too and forgive him. And then he took off with his friends again. Yeah, some people like flipping the coin. Definitely like flipping the coin. But then they're out there dragging my name through the mud, and I'm the bad person. I'm crazy. I'm the bad person. And they get off on that. And I don't get that. I don't understand it. Because I have a heart of gold. I took care of this guy for 6 months while he didn't have a job. And then when he went to work, that's what he did. He went out and hung out with his friends. Right. Right. Just like Ryan Ross said, he liked doing that, and he told them. But see, these guys wouldn't go out and tell people that. They would go out and tell people I was crazy. But they didn't tell the side of it where they pushed me to that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guarantee he'll never say anything like that again to another woman. Because I literally was ready to hit him upside the head with that damn flashlight. Yes, goal accomplished. He's an asshole. He's an asshole. And then he called me later, like later on, after we'd broken up later on, and invited me to his wedding. Which I was past all of that by that time, but yeah, he invited me to his wedding. Which he didn't end up getting married, but and I told him I'd go. Yeah. Yeah. I just don't understand the whole thing. Like, I don't want to see you pissed off. It doesn't turn me on to see a guy pissed off. Like, I just don't understand the whole thing. Yeah, we ended up breaking up later because, like, I took my power back. But he still hit me up every now and then. Like, if I was in a relationship, like, he was respectful and he'd dip out. But if I wasn't in a relationship, like, yeah, he'd try to hit it. Hey, don't underestimate us, Brian. Don't underestimate us. Just because we're little don't mean shit. He also, like, my girls were little and, like, they were arguing with each other and fighting with each other. And one of my daughters picked up a candle like she was going to hit her other sister with it. And he was sitting there like, I dare you, I dare you. So because he dared her, she did. She cracked her upside the jaw with the damn candle. And I heard correct. And I thought for sure that she done broke that kid's jaw, but luckily she didn't. But I'm like, you don't do that. Like, you don't do that. And then he dared me to hit him with my cup. What, I didn't, but I wanted to. Yeah, that can, I mean, it can get dangerous. And my kids, like, they adored him at that time. So, yeah, of course. He was like their best friend. Like, even when they had dishes, I found out later he was helping the kids hide the dishes in the dishwasher because that dishwasher don't work. So, I'd be looking for something and I can't find it. And I knew we had it. And I'm like, where the hell is it? And I open up this dishwasher. Something just told me to open up the dishwasher one day. So I open up the dishwasher and there's all these dishes in there. And I'm like, oh, needless to say, I found the things that I was looking for. Ended up washing dishes for I don't know how long. But yeah, they literally just shoved the dishwasher full so they could run off with him and go out and do freaking um um shit 360s in my S10 and run the roads. Like, now I'm the bad guy because now I got to get on them, and then I got to get on him. I was like, what? Let them have fun. But see, I teach my kids responsibility though. You can't just let them always have fun. I'm not saying they can't go have fun. I don't have a problem with them going and have fun. But they need to know that other people aren't going to take care of them. They're going to have to be able to take care of themselves. This is a cruel world out here. Like, it's not all hunky dory and you're not always going to get what you want. And life's not all fun and unicorn farts and rainbows. I wanted my kids to be responsible as well. And we did have fun. Like, we played games together. We did card games together. We put puzzles together. We played board games. Um, I recorded them singing, and I keep hearing this song here lately, and it keeps taking me back to when they were little. Big Green Tractor, because the girls sang Big Green Tractor, and I recorded them. And of course, a friend of mine lost the volume, the audio of it when he switched it over. But you know, I was just smiling the other day when I walked out of my room and, like, I had flashbacks of one in one recliner and one in the other, and them singing Big Green Tractor. And it just, it brought a smile on my face. And then they sang it for the school too. So that was pretty cool. My kids had a lot of fun. Don't think that they didn't. They spent a lot of time down the hill with their cousins too. Yep. Now I went through those terrible teens too. Trust me, I did. I wouldn't so much say that. They're it's a journey. Let's just say it's an adventure. But I didn't do too bad. They still love me. They accept the fact that I'm human too. But I always told them how beautiful they were and how smart they were. And, I encouraged them. I encouraged them to go out and live their lives and have a life before they had kids and, you know, make sure they had good jobs and not to rely on a man to take care of them. No offense, Ryan. But, I encouraged them to be independent and be able to take care of themselves. You don't have kids? Sure, I'm telling you. There come days where you want to hang them upside down on the ceiling. There do. Yes, definitely does. But at the same time, they're priceless. It's priceless. Like I was saying, sitting and thinking about them singing, and they were really good at it too, singing Big Green Tractor together. I loved it. Um, yeah, I'm waiting for my daughter to see all that as her baby grows up. Because mine hated me too. Oh, I was the worst. I just wanted them to be miserable. But I remembered, see, I reflected. I remembered back when I was a teenager and I felt like mom never wanted me to be happy. She just wanted me to be miserable. I remembered those years while I was dealing with my kids. See, I don't, that's something I don't understand either. Okay, you're talking about how your guy friends depend on women. Um, so when I was growing up, the girls did the inside task, but we also, with my one stepdad, we also did the outside. Like we carried wood, we did the garden, we carried water, we did all of that. We went mushroom hunting and ginseng hunting, and we went and got the fruits. We canned with mom. We did all of that. But the boys, didn't have to do laundry or do the cleaning or the cooking or do anything like that. Now my one brother, my oldest brother that passed away, he did sometimes have to do dishes with me, which I loved because I was always standing at that damn sink. But anyway, I don't understand that either. Not teaching the boys the house responsibilities too, the in-house responsibilities too. Because I've seen with my own eyes men that get out there that can't cook for themselves. They don't know the first thing about keeping a clean house. They basically cannot survive without a woman. So I think that that's cruel not to teach your sons as well. because then when a woman leaves them, they like fall apart. Like they can't care for themselves. They can't take care of themselves. I have an ex-boyfriend who, when he doesn't have a woman, he eats cold food out of a can. Like, his mom still goes to the laundromat with him to do his laundry, and he's a year younger than I am. His mom still makes his meals. Like, he'll stop by her house and eat, or he'll stop by her house and get lunch. Like, he literally doesn't have those functioning qualifications that he needs when a woman isn't there. Right, Ryan. Right. Me, I can't stand dishes. I've been doing dishes since I was 6 years old. My stepdad used to love pulling everything out of the cupboards and out of the drawers and make me stand there for hours washing dishes. I hate dishes. You missed your girlfriend doing your laundry. Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing. Guys don't realize how much women actually do. And it's not that we don't like doing it for you all. Like, we do. But when it gets to a point where it's expected and you seem ungrateful for it, and we work a job, we come home, you work a job, you come home, we work a job, we come home, then we've got the kids, we're cooking dinner, we're doing laundry, we're cleaning house, like, and when our kids are sick, we're up with the kids. Like, our job doesn't end. And I'm not putting guys down, I'm not at all. I'm just saying, if you would show a woman that you're more appreciative for what she's doing for you, and vice versa, because we have guys that do this too. But if you would show your other half how much you appreciate them and all that they do, we don't want you guys to come home and fight with you all day. You don't want to come home and fight after working all day. Like, that it's crazy. But when they get to a point where they expect it, and it's something that is expected, and I'm working too, no, that's bullshit. And we have your kids, but we are the ones that feed them. We're the ones that clothe them. We're the ones that bathe them. We're the ones that put them to bed. And this isn't all guys, but this is a lot. There's a lot of them. Like, you guys come home, play with them for 5-10 minutes, and then you're done. You kick your feet up, you watch your shows, you watch your football, you do whatever, whatever you're doing. It needs to be healthy. We each need to have friends. We need to be able to go out with friends, and our partners trust us. We go out with friends. We have our time out. We each need to have time with the kids. We each need to, if we're both working, we each should be pitching in and helping each other and appreciating each other. We need to be talking things out instead of having a fight over a towel on a floor. You realize the appreciation stuff too late. Yeah, but it's because we've not been taught. How can you realize or understand what it is if you're not taught? And then when it's gone is when you really understand, like, what you're missing. Just sometimes, we just want you guys to come home and tell us how beautiful we look and what a good job we've done and how much you appreciate what we're doing, because we're not doing it for us. Trust us, we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for you. We're doing it for the family. We're not doing it because it's something we like doing. I mean, some people do like it, but we want to run a smooth household. We want, we want our kids happy. We want our husband or our other half happy. Like, but it's a lot for us to take all on our shoulders too. And in society these days, both people have got to work. There is no making it without both people working anymore. You can start over, Ryan. You can. You can do things differently than you've done before now. And it's not a mistake. You didn't know. You know what I mean? You didn't know. You didn't realize. Stop. Stop. It's what you do here on out. It's what you do here on out that matters. But see, she was taught that too. You weren't the only one taught in that situation. You were taught to have more appreciation. She was taught not to be an overgiver, not to do it all. I want a teammate that does it with me. I want to do it together. Ryan, sometimes things come in for a reason, for a season, but they're not meant to stay. They're meant to teach us. Earth is actually our classroom. You know, it's our classroom. We learn here. And it's, not everything stays, but it comes in and it teaches us what we need to know about ourselves, and then it goes. I have explained the twin flame journey like this, okay? So you've got a heart, right? You connect. And then like you go out, and each spot you have a choice to come back together. There are more hearts. You have a choice to come back together or not, okay? So we have free will. So at each interval, each person gets to decide, are we going to get back together? Is it going to be us? Are we going to work on this together? Or are we going to go off with another person, our karmic? Okay. At each point, each person has a choice. And if one decides not to get together, then the other one ends up with the karmic. They end up learning lessons from the karmic. And which puts you at, say your twin doesn't choose you. This is in the perfect relationship though. Say your twin doesn't choose you and they choose the karmic. Well, then you have no choice but to choose the karmic, right? And then you go on around that heart, and there's another interval where you can come together. You can recreate that heart, or you can continue on that heart, learning lessons from the outside. And that's what these karmics are, learning lessons from the outside. And each of these are also potentials of someone making it through this relationship, like sticking with each other, growing and evolving together. Come back together with your twin, and you can grow and evolve together and stay together, and both of you work on yourselves while working on the relationship. Or there is a potential of a karmic, you working it out with a karmic. But either way, it starts here and it comes together here. Come back together. Your true twin flame is never apart from you. Never. In spirit, you guys are always together. They're truly never apart from you. But then you also have false twin flames, which, if you want to jump on that bandwagon. Me personally, I think that your twin flame is meant to break you so that you are, it's a catalyst for your healing. They're meant to break you so you rebuild yourself. So God, Divine Source, can help you rebuild yourself. They will take you up on a small mountain and drop your ass. And then take you up on a higher mountain and drop your ass. And then take you up on an even higher mountain and drop your ass. Until you get to a point where you recognize your worth. There's always a potential of coming back together. Always. But everyone also has free will. And you may recognize that you didn't do the appreciation thing, and you're recognizing your worth, and you are recognizing where you went wrong. But if she is not recognizing her worth and recognizing where she went wrong, then you guys cannot come back together on the same vibration. You know what I'm saying? Both of you have got to do the work individually. And there can be a time where you come back on the same vibration, and there is where you all would have to make a choice. But what is truly for us cannot be taken. It can be delayed. They can go off and learn different lessons with other people. Um, but all in all, they're learning lessons no matter where they're at. And the journey is not projected onto you. It's nothing you did wrong. You didn't do anything to deserve it. That's just the state of growth that you guys are at that point in time. You don't know unless you're told. You know what I mean? You don't know unless someone has shown you or explained it to you. So there's no reason to sit and beat yourself up. You are a human being. Your spirit having a human experience, being here on this planet. It does. It does. But we can't let that rule our lives. We still need to choose to get up every day and be happy regardless of what is going on with us. And we need to see the deeper meaning in it, the deeper value in it. Like, what are we learning here about ourselves? And grow and evolve. And the biggest revenge, guys, is succeeding. Getting out there and shining, you know? And then watching you grow. I don't like revenge, but I mean, if you do have that, get out there and shine. Get out there and do you. Be creative. Go after what you're passionate about. But it's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. See, I love the fact that I have my freedom. Because all my life I've taken care of somebody else. I've taken care of a man. I've taken care of someone else. I've cooked. I've cleaned. I've picked up after them. People over the age of 18 that are capable of picking up after themselves. I've picked up after them. You know, I've pretty much raised another child. So I'm just enjoying being free. Like, my kids are grown up. They're away from home. They're having their own families, their own lives, and I'm just enjoying the freedom right now. And I'm creating, like, I'm building my empire. I'm going after my dreams. I'm creating the kind of life I want. I'm not allowing it to be about someone else now. I've spent my whole life doing that. So I've given myself permission to live my life. And it's sad that I actually had to give myself permission to do that. But I have. I've given myself permission to be authentically me, to speak my mind, to get out here and speak, and to live my life the way that I want to, and to reach out to help people in the way that I've always wanted to go after my passions. And this is my passion. I'm happiest when, when I'm setting tools and knowledge down at people's feet. Like, I'm happy. I like talking to people. I like being with people. I do have my times that I need to pull back, that I want to pull back, because I'm an Aquarius. I need my me time. And whoever I do end up with is going to have to understand that I need my me time. I need my time to recalculate, reevaluate, review, and figure out what needs redone, to plan, plot, and strategize. Without my me time, I will go crazy. But it's just been me my whole life. No matter what, it's been me. I've been with guys that didn't work, and I've had to figure out the bills and figure out how to get things paid. Um, I've been with guys that started out working and then ended up quitting and ended up staying home. I've taken on a lot of the responsibility. And even in relationships, I was still the mom and dad. Like, I was still the one with all the responsibility on my shoulders. And just because I can do it doesn't mean I want to. It doesn't mean that I want to. I want a partner. I want someone who's going to do it with me, who's going to build with me and grow with me. I want a power couple. Right. Yeah, it is. It's necessary. And actually, everybody needs that. Everybody needs that me time. You know, we need to go within. We need to sit. We need to evaluate. We need to allow ourselves to feel, how does this feel to me right now? Like, how does this job feel to me right now? How does this relationship feel to me right now? Where could we work on this? Where could I work on myself? Where can we work on that? Where can I tweak this or change this? Like, we need time to go within and listen to ourselves and listen to our bodies. Might be an Aquarius thing. Aquarius definitely, we definitely do the hermit. We definitely do. But all signs would benefit from that. You know what I mean? If they would just sit still and sit with themselves and really listen to themselves, listen to their body. But see, being in the mix all the time, you're not allowing yourself to sit with yourself. And that tells me that you're not comfortable with sitting with yourself. If you have to be on the go, go, go all the time and surrounded by people all the time, you're not comfortable with sitting with yourself. So there's something in you that you don't like. Yes. Yes, blue star astrology, yes. And unfortunately, and Ryan, I can't believe this because you know we're Aquarius, and Aquarius should not get offended by somebody else living their life and doing their own thing. I met an Aquarius that, oh no, 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 no. If you're not talking to her, she takes it personally. And I've even sat and had that conversation with her. Like, if I'm not around, or I'm not answering, I'm doing my own thing. This isn't personal to you. Like, don't take it personally. But she needed that attention. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. You're suffocating me. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. Because I don't want, you don't make an Aquarius feel boxed in or trapped. You don't do that. You don't suffocate an Aquarius. That's the quickest way to lose them. Seer Wicca, welcome in. Yeah, you're gonna lose me quicker by clinging and suffocating me. And no offense, but being up my ass 24/7, you're gonna lose me quicker in that than anything. And routines, I don't do routines, guys. Like, I don't do routines. I'm not a routine type person. It gets boring. I need something different. I need to grow. I need a partner that's willing to grow and evolve with me, and aren't the jealous type, because I can't handle the jealous type, because I'm a social person. I have a lot of different quality of unique people that I like to conversate with and talk to and be around. Like, I love people in general. See, or Wicca, we're not doing that right now. We're just chatting. It's actually wake up with me kind of thing. But we're just chatting. What's your mindset? That's what I was told to ask you. What's your mindset? How do you think December is going to go? Are you thinking positive things about December, or are you thinking negative? You're the co-creator of your own world. So And even if I do a tarot spread, nothing is set in stone. You have free will. Then your December will be positive. I'm not saying that you might not have some obstacles or something that gets in the way. You know what I mean? Or you might have a course correction or not, but if you believe it's going to be positive, it's going to be positive. I wake up every day regardless of what's going on around me and choose to be happy. Even when I'm struggling, I still choose to be happy. Vic Morrison, welcome in. You're chilling on the spending. That's positive. Yeah. Yeah. Especially with this world today. We need something to fall back on. You know what I mean? Yes, Sierra Wicca. I would appreciate that. I would really appreciate that. You can sub to my channel and you know, you can be welcomed into the family. We got a pretty good family here. Morning, Vic Morrison. I'm waking up with my peeps. I like it. I love conversating with you guys. That's a way to an Aquarius's heart anyway. Conversation. The mind. Seer Wicca. Yeah, you can pay for a reading if you want a reading. I'll do a reading for you. I'll put my details in. Hold on. I don't have super chat yet because my views, I still need watch hours. Watch hours or views for shorts. I'm gonna go get a fresh cup of tea though. Is that okay? With you? Because I need a fresh cup. Um, turn the volume down. Okay. I didn't even bother putting it in the chat today. Okay, let me go get myself a hot cup of tea and then I'll be right back. You're welcome. me absolutely insane. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's on here. See here, Wicca, if you're still on here. Unless you want to do like a Facebook reading or something. I had to put the kettle on to heat the water up. My online readings on here are cheaper than my if we do it right here on here are cheaper than the ones that I do personals. My personals are a lot more expensive, but they're a lot more in depth too. Anyway, guys, I'm back. While I was waiting for the water to heat up, I raked the ashes down and got the hot coals up. So it's a pretty nice day today. I figured we can let the fire go out, clean the stove out today. Thank you, Blue Star Astrology. I have a self-discovery reading for $70, and I have a love self-discovery for $80, and then I have a Celtic cross for 100. Call you Blue. That'll work. You can either call me Laura or you can call me Tigress. Either one works. Blue, would you like to be a moderator? You play Second Life and you're blue there too. That's pretty cool. I'm offering you moderator because you're on here a lot. I see you a lot. Okay. All right, we're going to make you a moderator. Okay, say something. There you go. Now you got the tool. Just don't throw my haters out because I love my haters too. Um if people start spamming the chat and I've warned them and they don't listen, then time them out. Um and anybody that comes on here basically saying I'm a demon and starts spamming the chat with a bunch of church stuff, not that I have a problem with church stuff or church people, just don't spam my chat. Usually I can handle them, you know. But if they're getting to be too disrespectful, then, and basically greet people when people come in and stuff like that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I love my haters too. I understand them on a deeper level. Okay. Yeah. And I'm open to other people. Like User X Plays comes in here. He's got a lot of interesting stuff that he says. I had a moderator kind of piss him off because they timed him out, which I don't understand. Like why? Like I guess they got creeped out by him, but I actually am interested in the things that he says. So if he comes in here, just let him go. I like to read what he says because we all have to have open minds too, you know. But I'm honored to have you on my team. We have pretty good people in here. We do have some that come in and are disrespectful sometimes, but I love waking up with you guys. It's pretty cool. Not something that my kids would ever thought I'd done, but okay. Administration. I wonder what that means. My daughter's schedule is on my somehow on my calendar. I don't know. I don't know how she ended up on there, but I get all her stuff. She puts something in the calendar and I get it. I just got a notification. Which I don't know why it popped up now because it says from 7 to 11. But it just popped up. She must at one time been put in the family group or something. I don't know. She gets excited over the littlest things. That's the only kid that I could take into the store and like she would get excited over a mouthwash. I love her excitement. And my other one, oh my goodness, her twin, that girl had to touch everything. I mean, everything. I ended up going out and getting her a fidget because she just had to touch everything. Which I'm grateful. She's curious. I like that. I like that she's curious about life and things in general. But she was also the one that had to have everything. Like we go in the store and I have to tell her no a million times. I hated having to tell her no, but you know I was raising them by myself, so no help from the dad or family or anything. So like there was a lot of things that I wanted to be able to get her that I couldn't. And she made me feel so guilty because I'd have to tell her no. But my other daughter, like, I guess she understood money and stuff more than that. And she very rarely ever asked for anything. So when she did ask, I did try to make sure that, she got it. But they both spoiled. And of course, my brother was, and he even told me, he even apologized to me. He was the yes man. Like anything they ever wanted, they got it. It was yes, 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 yes. And that made me look like the bad guy. But they had what they needed. They might not always have what they wanted, but they had what they needed. And like I said, I did try to teach him, I did my best to teaching them to be responsible. But they both worked their asses off. Something else about them being twins too. Like, I don't know. It was like they were competing with each other their whole life for some reason. I don't know. Even in size, like one would go up a size and then the other one would jump above them and then the other one would jump above them. Like I never knew. And like their taste would change so much. And um, one was kind of quiet into themselves. The other one was outgoing. And then they'd switch and one would become outgoing and the other one would be quiet. And it was just amazing just watching them as they grew, how they changed and evolved. And I'm so glad that they're like really close. They're really close to each other. And they've been through a lot together too. Like they pissed each other off and you know, yeah, they run in my family. I didn't know until I was 8 weeks pregnant that they run in both sides of my family. Um, I did know they run in on my mom's side. My grandmother, my uncle Brian was a twin, but he took all the nutrients and stuff out of the other twin. The other twin didn't make it, but yeah, they run on both sides of my family. So, and then my one daughter, when my daughter Savannah told us that she was pregnant, we were at the gender reveal. Brianna looked at her and she goes, "You're gonna have triplets." I was like, or no, she's like, "You're gonna have twins. There's two in there." And I told her, I said, "You're gonna get double than that, double than her, because you told her that she was having them. So that's gonna come back on you." She goes, "Oh no, 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 no." At one point, I don't know, we were up to 8 kids. And she looked at her man and she's like, "I don't think we can handle 8 kids." I think she could though. I really do think she could. She's childcare for 2-year-olds, terrible twos. She can handle a classroom of terrible twos. That she could handle 8. She could do it. But I was like, that's gonna come back double on you, right? And my other daughter's like, "Nope, there's just one in here, just one." Yeah, my grandmother told me when I was 8 weeks pregnant. I called her to tell her I was pregnant. I called her while I was still at the hospital. Like, I just had my sonogram, and she goes, "Well, yeah, there's twins on this side too." What? Yeah, maybe somebody should have warned me, because then maybe I might have known I was going to have twins. But it was my mother's brother that was the twin. So, and then mom didn't have twins, and then, I did. So, probably be the girls' kids that'll have twins. And then, I guess my daughter went and got, she went and got tested, or DNA or whatever, and they told her that she's a carrier of Gaucher's disease. I didn't know that. And in order for that to be passed on, for you to have it, your mother and father both had to have it. So I learned something with that too. I didn't know that. And I really don't know, like, her dad's medical history. I have no idea. It's not something that we ever really talked about. I know that my spine is bent and twisted, but I don't know if that's where mom, when she had her spinal, and dad passed out when she had me, and she went to grab him when she was supposed to be laying flat. I don't know if it came from that or if it was something that was passed down through the generation. I don't know that either. I don't think my mom ever did any kind of testing or anything like that. I do remember when I was younger, they used to make me lean over and they used to look at my spine. And when I did tell her, when I was 28 and the bone popped out in my neck, and I went to a chiropractor, that's when they told me that my spine was bent and twisted. And when I came home and I told mom, like, she got very angry, and I never did understand, like, why she was so angry at me about it. And she's like, "Well, they told me there was nothing wrong with you." And later on, I realized that she wasn't angry with me, and she didn't think I was lying. She was angry with herself because even, you set coordinates for a ship and it even goes off just a little bit, like you end up completely the opposite direction of like where you're wanting to go, like miles and miles and miles and miles away from where you need to be. So if it was that over time, like it slowly twisted over time as I was growing. So I realized and recognized after she was gone that she was actually angry with herself. Oh, really? Blue? I know that I have German, Polish, Dutch, French, and Indian in me, but I don't know. Like, I tried to do the tree, but I don't have enough of the history to actually pull it up there. I don't know what my dad's grandmother's name was. I know on my mom's side that my grandmother was Lucasic, Cecilia. Cecilia was her name, Lucasic. So, and my grandmother told me that she was German. Her family came here from Germany. So I knew that. And she had Polish in her. But I don't know, like that grandmother, I don't know if that was mom's or my granddaddy's. I think my granddaddy's the one that had the Lithuanian and Dutch in him on my mom's side. You made it back to the 1400s on your dad's side. Mom's side shut off around 1830. I tried to get a hold of my dad's sister to get that information, but she never did call me back. Even though his wife told me that she said for me to call her, like I never did. I never got that information, so I don't know. The only thing I do know is that like part of my family was in the mafia in Baltimore. See, and I grew up with my one uncle in and out of prison. So, and I kept, like telling mom, stop giving him money. He just gets out and then he goes right back in. He'll steal something, he'll go right back in. But when he got out the last time, he stayed out. He became an EMT and he stayed out. And, he was an EMT until he passed away. And then we have the military basis. Like one of my uncles was Navy SEAL, and then my sister was National Guards, and my son is a Marine. So they've passed that down through too. I guess Sierra Wicca left. But that's okay because I wasn't planning on putting my information on here today anyway. It was just going to be a chat. TV or Cry TV. I don't know. Welcome in. I guess because we all die. Like we live and we die. That's the one thing we can be certain of. One day we are going to pass from this world. Imagine if everyone lived and no one ever died. There wouldn't be room on this planet for that. Everything dies eventually. The cycle of life. But yeah, Blue, that's pretty cool that you made it back that far. I know my sister and her husband were attempting to put together a family tree, but I'm not sure it's um accurate. I'm not sure that everything on it's accurate. Oh, I sort of just popped. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. I mean, we never really stayed in one, so like my parents went to like masses and stuff. I remember going to church when I was younger, but I think we went with like my Aunt Jane or something. My brother's aunt. I have a an old Bible that mom was keeping some stuff in. Like I have some stuff, but that's as far back as I can go on mom's side. And it was the one that mom, I guess, or grandma, one of them set up for me because it has my dad in it and all of that. Has when I was born and where I was born and all of that in it too. And then my brother on my dad's side gave me a Bible of theirs, but it doesn't have all that information in it. I have one from each side of my family. You passed yours to your family, yeah, to your kids. I'm trying to figure out who I'm gonna pass these Bibles down to. You know, because I want to make sure they're more stable and they've got a more stable home and they're going to be taken care of and passed down through the generations. So, which I guess I could, I don't know, maybe dad's wife probably knows some of it. I could put it in that one or make notes and then put it in that one. Mine still got my corsage that I had when I was supposed to go on that one date that guy stood me up on. She still got that in the Bible too. It's in there. And of course I've got like all of the little cards that you get at the funeral when they pass away. I've got them in there too. My girls actually got to meet um my grandma on my dad's side, but by the time that we got up there, she had dementia, so I don't even know if she remembers or she remembered meeting them. She's passed away now, but I don't even know if she remembered meeting them. But the girls did get to meet her, and the boys. She saw the boys when they were little. Except David Jr. I was pregnant with David Jr. But like I said, I didn't grow up with my dad. I stayed in touch with my grandma for a long time though. I found out about her when I was about 8 years old, and I stayed in touch with her. But my dad, I found out about him when I was 8, and then um, me and grandma set up something. I went to her house because he was coming. We basically set him up, and um, it shocked him. So I seen him when I was 16. When I was 20, I went to find him, And when I was, what, 23, me and his ex-wife had a falling out. So like we weren't close through all of that. And then 2020, I went there to pick up my son because he went to work with my brother on my dad's side in slurry pavers, and of course, partied all night and slept on the machines during the day, so they had to fire him for his own safety. So I had to go get him, and that's how I ended up back in my dad's life, because of my son. And then I met my other brother um, when they came to Kingwood to do the Buckwheat Festival. I met him and I worked with him there at the Buckwheat Festival for a couple of years. So that's how I ended up seeing him again. I hadn't seen him since he was a kid. But I tried. I tried with that side of the family too. It just didn't work out. I'm just too different. That's okay, because I love me. Even if nobody else does, I do. But I'm not really close with any of my family. It's not for lack of trying, but it is what it is. Different is good. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I like being different. I don't like being in the box. I don't like being the same as everybody else. Kayla, welcome in. How are you, girl? It's good to see you here. This is one of my old people from where I did tarot in the bar, guys. They can tell you I'm good at what I do. Good morning. I'm good. Waking up with my peeps. Doing something different. You made it finally. Yes, you did. It's good to have you on here. Now we need to get Kins on here. Yeah, you guys are amazing. I miss you guys. I can't take the credit. It's God, divine source. I talked to her the other day for a little while. I miss you guys too. I'm doing God's work. I don't know where I'm going to be from one day to the next. It's wherever He pulls me. My heater is fixed though. I got the heater fixed on my car. Yep, just out of the blue. God told me she needed it, so I sent it to her. And she's like, "How did you know?" God, divine source, uses me. It's good to see you, though. It is. It's good to see you. How are you doing? My daughter was on here this morning too. Oh, Kayla, I don't know if I told you, I'm going to be a grandma. One of my twins is having a baby. So that's going to be my eighth grandchild. I'll get to see this one though and spoil it and then send it back home. Yeah. I told Kens, I forgot to tell you. I was so excited, had so much going on. Yeah, it is exciting. I'm going to have a little granddaughter. I got to go to the gender reveal. It was pretty good, pretty cool. Yep, that's the best part. Yep. Yep. I was like, she's gonna be spoiled, right? She's like, I hope so, Mom. I said, oh, she's gonna be spoiled. I'm super excited. Yeah, yeah, it was pretty cool. And to see her and her man's faces, because they didn't know either. They didn't know what they were having. They had it set up to where her man's sister knew and my niece knew, but they didn't know. So when they popped that thing and the pink showed up, like the look on their faces, like it was priceless. I loved it. They wanted a girl, but of course, one was team girl, one was team boy, but they wanted a girl, so they got what they wanted. And the surprise look, it was awesome, and I got to capture that, so it was awesome. Yeah, she's gonna be so spoiled. And they both have good jobs, and the girls listen to me. They listen to me. They made sure, they have jobs, and they have their shit pretty much together. Not all the way together. I mean, who does? But they lived their life. They enjoyed their life before, bringing a baby into it. So, like, I'm glad that they did that too. Because I was 19 when I had my first one, and she's 22 right now. So, and she's due April 21st. So, right before her 23rd birthday. Yeah. Yeah, it's their first. Yep. And she's done told me, I have no more, Mom. This is it. You know how many times I said that? I have 5 of them, so at least 3 times, because I said it with each of the boys, and then I had twins. So especially in their delivering, like, that's it. I'm not having no more. This is it, because it's painful as hell. But yeah, they're miracle babies. They're my babies. It doesn't matter. It's my miracle from God. And the girls literally saved me. So they are my miracle babies. they turned my life around. Well, I hope that retrograde is being a little bit easier on you now. We we have it until like, I think it goes direct on the 29th. And then of course we've got post shadow up till the 17th of December, but things should start picking up, which I think things are going to pick up a little bit anyway, because we're getting ready to go into Sag season, which is fire, passion, motivation, movement, action. But also with the retrograde, like it's probably going to be a little bit tough, because we're going to be wanting to go, 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 and we're going to be held back by the retrograde. So you have an orange cat lying on you. I love cats. It's been rough. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I've been in hermit mode and doing a lot of reevaluating, rethinking, redoing, and wanting a do over. Give me a do over. But yeah, it's been, well, and we have Scorpio. We're in Scorpio, so it's diving deep. Like we've been diving deep. But we're getting ready to move into Sag. But then, like I said, I can imagine that, because we're gonna be in a sign of action, and then Mercury retrograde is gonna be holding delays, and so it's probably gonna be a little frustrating. So just be patient with yourself. I don't know where my cat is. I guess Dad let it out. I didn't see it out there when I went to make my tea. I didn't see him out there, not it. But yeah, things should start picking up by the end of the month. But then, like I said, we're going to be in post shadow for like 2 more weeks. So just be patient, be patient. I'm already hearing about karma coming back at my ex. Not that I want to hear about it, but I hear about it anyway. And we don't get karma for we don't get karma for what we do to others. We get karma for our own actions. So that's because I'm a channeler. I'm a channeler. I love you, girl. You love conversations with Saggies. You laugh until your cheeks hurt. Yeah, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Cancer seems to be the most of the ones that surround me, relationships and all. Dealt with a Scorp and Virgo and a Taurus too. So yeah. So I'm learning the energies. The Virgo actually, that's the one that really kickstarted my healing before I entered into that gel system stuff. Yes, Kayla's awesome, guys. Very awesome. She got a sense of humor, an adventurer. It's the life of the party. Well, the beginning of your season, Kayla, might be a little rough, but I think toward the end of it, things are going to pick up and get better. So hopefully you have a good birthday. I'm praying that you have a good birthday. And celebrate yourself. Just be careful. All good things are coming, guys. All good things. We got to go through this shift. And the end of the year is about tying things up, tying up loose ends, tying things up, getting things out of our way that no longer serve us and, we don't need anymore before starting our new year. Oh, you're welcome. We need our adventures. They help remind us of, getting out there and adventuring and lighting our passion and our spark back up and our fire, creativity. You play a very important role in this life. You remind us to laugh and have fun, not be serious all the time. You have a busy day today, Kayla? Or are you just chilling today? And see, guys, Kayla can tell you too, I don't need the cards. I don't need them. I can tap in and, have a conversation with you. And by the end of that conversation, you've got more clarity and, you got more direction. You're chilling now. You work tonight. Well, enjoy your chill time. I miss you guys. I don't miss my brother. I don't. I love him, but I don't miss him. I don't miss all that stress. Thanks, girl. I appreciate you popping in. It's great to see you. Tell Kens I said hi. And to get her ass out here, I want to see her. I love you guys. You enjoy your day and don't work too hard. And be safe out there with the Mercury retrograde. Be safe. Make sure you check your vehicle. I'm glad it's helped you girls. I definitely will. I definitely will stay safe. Yeah, she's going through a little bit of a rough patch right now, so I'm glad you're there. Yes, we definitely need to all get together. It's been too long. Yep. We'll have to plan something and like meet halfway or something and go do something. Okay, I'm not going up there and staying at my brother's. That's not gonna happen. And I'm like 3 hours from you guys now, so we'll have to find out a midway point and meet and go out and do something. After the Mercury retrograde. All right. Well, you enjoy your day. I don't want to keep you too long. You enjoy your day. Rest and relax while you can because when things speed up, I got a feeling they're going to really speed up. So enjoy your downtime. Even though it's frustrating, enjoy your downtime. Guys, if you're coming in, hit the like button. Show the channel some love. I love you guys too. Mwah. Okay, well, guys, I think I'm going to get off here. I love you all. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves and don't be too hard on yourselves. We beat ourselves up and criticize ourselves way too much. Definitely don't need anybody else doing it because we do it way too much with ourselves. But be easy on yourselves. Take it easy and, take this downtime as time to rest and recalibrate. Because, like I said, I believe that things are going to start picking up soon. But anyway, I love you guys. Have a wonderful day. I'll talk to you later. Later.